Hello, everyone, and welcome. Good morning, everyone, on this fine May the 2nd. Once again, we turn into Karen Retrial with me, your host, Uncivil Law, and I hope you're just having the greatest of days, as always and ever. We are looking forward to Jen McCabe being on the stand once again for some more exciting testimony relating to some stuff and things and all the rest and other stuff and other things. And we also have an introduction that has been lovingly prepared by one of our mods, Miss Mandy Reacts, which is very, very nice of her. And so we are going to play the introduction so that you can all enjoy this wonderful bit of glory. Let's watch, turn our attention to the wonderful bit of glory. Yeah, bit of glory. Excellent. Very fun and got all that good stuff. All right, ma'am. Yeah, we will, yeah, lower the sound. Yeah, we'll figure, yeah, it's fine. Anyways, that has been lovingly produced by our mod, Miss Mandy Reacts, and is appreciated. So we're all excited for this. Incidentally, by the way, in case you're curious, the reason there was no court yesterday, it turns out that yesterday apparently was law day. It was law day. So there was no court because we wanted to celebrate the law. And therefore, I think we had some high schoolers over or something to tell them about how wonderful law is in Massachusetts. The irony writes itself. I don't need to make jokes. How are y'all doing today? Oh, and of course, yesterday, as some of you may be aware, yesterday we spent pretty much all day, as it turned out, working on my PC, and we changed out the GPU and basically one fan. And anyways, we solved whatever problem we were having. So hopefully that is the end of whatever hardware woes we had. And it posted the very first time I turned it on, which is pretty awesome. So it might have taken like 4 hours or something, but it worked and it posted and everything was where it was supposed to be. And it was great. So that was exciting. And that was good. I was wondering if I'd heard that Matt Hoover has terminal cancer and still in the prison for the crime of selling a auto key card case. No, I'm not aware of that, obviously, but I appreciate you mentioning it. Yeah, so this was a guy who I believe I'm going to get this correct. He was selling something that looked roughly like a business card out of metal, and it had etchings in it that would allow you, and the etchings were for pieces, components, that if you punch them out of the card would allow you to make some sort of gun like automatic or something. I don't remember the exact details, but yeah, basically so you had this, business card looking thing that had etchings into it for parts, and you could punch out the parts, and then you could transform a gun into a automatic. And they prosecuted him for selling essentially a machine gun because he was selling components of a machine gun. And there was obviously some current controversy relating to that, as it might relate to freedom of speech versus other aspects. And we never really got fully into the issue relating to the legalities on that. But it's an interesting case, obviously, about when, what is the line exactly for functional speech, which gets interesting also as it relates to computer code, for example, whether code is speech or utilitarian or both. runs into some interesting issues, which is also interesting in my domain of patent law, of course. And it's like, yeah, because it's whether it's useful, and you can make a pretty credible case that it qualifies as a useful article because it has utilitarian value, because it's able to do something, and therefore is not pure speech. But people could disagree, including lawyers in the field of IP could disagree, because like, well, how exactly do you delineate these boundaries? And then, of course, beyond that, you could also disagree that it should be regulated, even assuming it's utilitarian. You could also disagree that it should be. So you have a First Amendment argument that it's speech, and then, of course, also on top of that, you have a Second Amendment argument that it is or should be protected under the Second Amendment. So it triggers a couple constitutional issues, which is exciting and fun. The car did not actually function. Function was not the correct side. Could not be used to make anything on automatic. Maybe, yeah. I'm a little bit vague on the details. It's been a hot minute, so I don't know whether or not if it punched out, if it could be functional or not. I don't remember, but that's where the delineations are on these sorts of issues. Yeah. Next, they'll be coming for CAD and print files. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, it raises interesting questions. Also, turn off ads. Thank you for reminding me. I'm pretty sure I forgot, so I do appreciate it. I did forget. Thank you for reminding me. Turn off ads. Great. Yeah, I mean, the first thing obviously it triggers in me is my patent law sensibilities, because that's where I spent a lot of my career on, like, whether or not it would be a useful article or not. And if it's a useful article, then the speech element becomes basically diminished, and it winds up being useful rather than expressive. So yeah, it could well be that it would qualify as, yeah, you say like it's just lines drawn on a card, but well, a schematic is just lines drawn, but it has utility. If you came, I mean, you would be able to get patent protection for that. Like if you came up with a new kind of hardware, just working from first principles. If you came up with a new invention, and the invention can be represented using a schematic, that would be a valid way of establishing a claim to the invention, among other ways of doing it. So if you filed a patent and you had a schematic, then yeah, and I mean, a lot of the inventions that I dealt with were basically that: float charts and schematics, representations. It's words. It's words on a page. That's what you do as a patent lawyer. It's words on a page. And so, but those words have useful value, and so they're not really pure speech. Fun lines and fun delineations, man. What justice is served by him dying behind bars? Well, that's a very loaded question. That's a very loaded question. If he's sick, it's not the government who made him sick. It's not the government's fault he has cancer. The government is required to treat him, but they didn't cause his cancer. And people die behind bars because they've been sentenced, and they're still serving time. That's an incredibly loaded question. Spinny fan, man. Spinny fan is back and spinning. Spinny fan is back and full of glory. The picture of the thing is not the thing. Yeah, but the representation of the thing can get you patent protection. The representation is more than sufficient to get you patent protection. PC behaving? So far, so good, man. Yeah, PC is behaving. It posted the very first time we tried to turn it on. And everything seems to be working perfectly fine. So it's all good, man. It's all good. Apparently there is a fun clip or something. What is this? I could use a funny. Let's see if I can put this up on screen. Give me a second, please. Talk amongst yourselves. See what this is up to.
Jurors, I know this has been a hard day for you because both sides don't shut the fuck up. Would everybody like to get up and take a stretch? Attorney Jackson, do you need 5 minutes? Can we do 5 minutes? Okay, we're gonna stretch. I'm gonna have the jury get up. I've been practicing for Pamela Pumpkin. Are you ready? Brennan to the left, Jackson to the right. Stretch up, stretch up, stretch up. Shake off the Skittles, shake off the Reese's. Shake off the Skittles, shake off the Reese's. Ride the witch's broom. Ride the witch's broom. Nice little stretch. All right, back to work, everybody. I'll see you at sidebar 50,000 times.
I'm not 100% sure what I just watched, but I think it was funny.
Jurors, I know this is...
I guess it's funny. I'm laughing. It must be funny. Oh, man. All right. Well, that's an interesting way of spending your morning. Oh, man. We need a channel in the Discord just for memes relating to I think we need a meme channel or something that people can provide memes or something for meme reviews that we could bring up during court or something when we have a break or something, so we could have a little fun in our day. Yeah. Is there another one? Let's see what else. See what else we got. We have one as Jen McCabe, a Skeletor. It's pretty good. Hold on. Jen McCabe as Skeletor. Behold, Chloe, the lost diamond ray of disappearance. Facts. There's some solid facts. Yeah. For some reason, YouTube thinks my audio stream bitrate is 0. I'm not even sure how that's hypothetically possible, since you guys can hear me. And if I had a bitrate of 0, that would make it kind of hard to hear me. So YouTube might want to like reevaluate that one right about now, to be quite honest. Do they understand what 0 means? Do they understand what a bitrate of 0 would mean? I'm not sure they 100% do. Shut up, YouTube. Good morning, Wendelin. Good morning. I can't remember. Francesca, 12, EB, Jim, Jay Tizza, Barb, Rose, Tony, of course, Miss Mandy. Good to have you here. Barb saying the only thing I could think of looking at that pic was that Chloe was looking at the extra testicle. Nice. Chloe went to live on a farm upstate. Yeah, I still am demanding proof of life for Chloe. Up to and including Chloe being brought into the courtroom. I'm not willing to accept it. I need further proof. I don't know what that would be at this point. I don't know if there's a doggy paw print or something somewhere that we can authenticate to prove it's the same Chloe. But I don't care what they tell me. I don't think Chloe's alive.
Please.
For the record, before the court is Comeau versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
So I was told that you wanted to see me, Miss Giannetti.
Oh, good.
Okay, come on up to sidebar, folks.
Sidebar. Well, guys, it took how long? 5 seconds? 5 seconds and we have a sidebar? Did anyone have 5 seconds? Well, who had 5 seconds on their over-under? You win a prize. Yeah, I want Chloe on the stand. I want 1 bark for yes, 2 barks for no. Chloe saw things. Chloe knows things. Chloe has information to share. Chloe is currently in the Federal Witness Protection Program. Do they put dogs in witness protection? Actually, now that I think about it, I seem to vaguely recall, and I don't know if I'm making this up. It's possible I'm making it up, but I seem to vaguely recall that at one point a parrot was put into witness protection because it was able to recite what it heard. I think it's possible the feds might have once put a parrot in witness protection. Someone can double check me on that. But now that as I'm having a mind remembering thing, I think that might have happened. Bev's tone is very, what do you want now? Yeah. Far 100% for sure. I'm looking forward also to the weekend, if for no other reason. My apartment is a little bit of a mess right now due to various projects we've had. I've got wires and cables and plastic on my floor from yesterday still. It could be better. Bev is a B. She may well, in fact, be a bit of a B. While I'm waiting, let me see if I can switch the feeds because that other one has a little bit of a cleaner feed. So as long as we're killing time, let me at least spend the time pulling up the other channel's feed because they seem to be a little bit better about it. There we go. Now we have a nice little feed. There you go. Excellent. Nice little view of the courtroom here. All your courtroom friends. Spot your favorite courtroom friend. Who is this guy in the suit in the back, on the back right? Who's he? The way he's standing makes it look like he's some sort of security, although he's in plain clothes. Who's this guy? Is he a bailiff or something? He's some sort of court official. Who's this guy? FBI? You would think if it was the FBI, they'd try to be a little bit more discreet. They'd just be sitting down somewhere. They wouldn't be standing up. Plus, it looks like he's got a badge hanging from his belt, and the FBI wouldn't do that. Yep, the parrot knew too much. Echo was put into witness protection. Yeah, so I was vague. Yeah, I was right. See, as my mind remembered, I was like, yeah, a parrot was once put in witness protection. And Rose is now fact checking me. I was like, yes, that was true, Kurt. You do remember that a parrot was once put in witness protection. Yay!
All right, let's bring the jurors in. And actually, I'll see you about scheduling while we're here. I forgot something.
No, we did another 3 seconds. Yeah, we had sidebar, then bring on the jury, then nope. How about another sidebar? If we had someone said one point suggested we should have a sidebar counter, but like I don't know, man.
Thank you. Did you see this? And then I'll take it back whenever.
You think it's better, Earl? It might be better, Earl.
Worry.
I am tired, man. I had some caffeine. It's starting to kick in, and it is not doing the job, man. Woof. Maybe the jury's coming in now. We got ourselves the fan, spinny fan of glory, and this time featuring smoke detector. Smoke detector's got a little bit of red accent. Spinny fan kind of likes the red accent, kind of likes its style, likes that red stripe. The smoke detector learned about the red stripe through peacocking theory, and it seems to be working in this little sidebar action. Spinny fan spins for smoke detector. Smoke detector likes it because, well, that way it gets the air, it helps move the air, so it helps it detect smoke better.
Folks appear in court in for the county of York. Draw near, give your attendance, and they shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again. Morning, Judge. I have to ask you those 3 questions. Everyone able to follow my instructions from discussing this since we left? Yes. One said yes and no. Also able to follow the instructions independent. One said yes and no. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left on Wednesday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. So today is a full day. We will be recessing this afternoon around 3:40, 3:45.
I thought it was a half day.
All right, Mr. Jackson, if you go.
I thought it was going to be a half day. Lame.
Go to the podium as soon as Ms. McCabe comes in. May we have Ms. McCabe? Whatever you want.
Solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
All right, good morning. Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Saw it, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so. Actually, 1 through 3. It's 782 going to 783. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Starting already with some contradictions / lies. Get those out right and early. Start morning. Starting the morning with lies.
Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, so I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing. And then I sat back down, and then at one point I think I said hello. And then I said at 12:42, where are you? And then flip, I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello. Because they were still there. And then question, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think. I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it. Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read. Sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that, yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there, period, correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer, at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I. So there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what transcript indicates you said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time?
Ask the question again.
Sure. That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
Man, it is too early.
Or if I did one more. Yeah.
It is just too early for these kinds of games, guys. I mean, it's, what is it, 9:20 on the East Coast, and we're already, I'm not mad at Jackson. I'm not even sure who I'm mad at this point. I guess I'm mad at Jen McCabe. It's just too early in the morning for these kinds of games of this kind of playing with the wording. It is way too early for this. Couldn't we have, like a half hour of chit chat or something, and then before we get into the meat of it? No, we just have to start right out of the gate. Woof. I feel like there should be some chit chat, maybe some coffee, and then we can get into it.
12:45.
Shaking my head, baby. Shaking my head.
Because they were still there. Question: so the dark SUV was still outside at 12, outside the house at 12:45. Answer: at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June 2023.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you. You've been asked about with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There, at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously?
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police officers.
Sure. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at her report?
I'd like to take a look at it, yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
When they exile someone by putting them like on a piece of ice and then chipping the piece of ice and shoving the piece of ice into the ocean, does the piece of ice have a special name to it? I'm trying to remember. Does it have like a special name, like a skiff or a flow or something like that? Because that's what I feel like right about now. We need to put her onto a piece of ice that we chip off and then like send her into the sea. But I think there's a special name for it when you do that, and I can't quite remember. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Am I making up words now? I need further assistance with uncivil. Thank you.
Okay.
May I approach?
Ice flow exile. Is that what I was going for? Was it called a flow?
Recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Was flow what I was
know
looking
happened,
for?
so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
Might be.
questions.
Yes or no? Did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes.
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
Yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't, no one answered, yes.
Then you spoke to the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you...
All right, so it is called a flow. Okay. All right, so I did actually remember the right word for it. I just couldn't remember that it was the right word, but I remember the right word. So that's good. I remember there was a right word, and I remember what the right word was. I just didn't remember that it was the right word. So that's like 2 out of 3. That's not bad for this time of day. I'm doing okay. All right, good news. All right, my brain's still working mostly.
Call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object that I can be heard.
All right, come on up.
Oh, no, sidebar. Now we got Lamp. Lamp enters the party. Unclear what Lamp is thinking. Also, we see another smoke detector, although this one appears to be all white. So I'm not sure what that's about. I'm not sure if this smoke detector doesn't have a red ring and we just can't see it, or if it just doesn't believe in the red ring like its show-off cousin. I bet this smoke detector thinks the other smoke detector is one of the youth. One of the youth with their, fancy red stripes, departing from the traditional ways. Hey, bring me back the smoke detector. I wasn't done doing my commentary. Damn it.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same events concerning that 4:53 phone call and the calls that...
What the hell is going on here on the left-hand side of shot where we've got a door leading into what the hell is going on here? Some kind of utility closet with what looks like a copier and then some random folding chairs that are just strewn about. What the kind of organization is going on in this side room? That looks sloppy as shit. Someone needs to clean that shit up. What the hell's going on there? What the hell, man? We got a copier, we got 2 folding chairs, then we got a non-folding chair, then it looks like maybe another non-folding chair. Then it looks like we got a maybe sort of an office chair with a white box on it. I'm going to assume it's copy paper. Can someone clean up this room, man? Someone needs to clean this up. Looks sloppy. Fix it. Fix your shit, courtroom.
that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone. I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beatty, correct?
I object.
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day, you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we talking
The day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that...
I have to be honest. I take a little bit, I suppose, professional offense. You know, I am a person who actually has a strong reverence for law and courtrooms are like cathedrals, especially older courtrooms. They're kind of built and designed that way to be like cathedrals, and I think appropriately so. And so I see a room like that without my organization, and I'm not feeling like it's being treated with the level of majesty that I want to see. I've been to the Supreme Court a couple times, you know, to watch oral arguments, and I don't remember seeing a door from the Supreme Court chambers. I don't remember seeing a red door in which I could see a copy machine and a couple folding chairs. Don't remember seeing that one. Someone needs to work on their shit, man. I'm just saying. Shit.
You spoke with Karen Reed.
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things. So to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Whom did you attempt to communicate
What
with?
question am I asking you? What the fuck? Is that a valid question for a courtroom? Probably not, but you know, that's what I'm asking.
In those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you. I don't remember this. I'm sorry. I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me and then I can review it. I know the answer to.
Also, your face is too bronze. I'm assuming that is not your natural skin color. I'm assuming that's some sort of bronzer. I have to be honest. It's not working for me. It's too much. The bronzing is too much. You gotta tone that down, man. You gotta tone that down. Yeah.
To the question, I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
Okay. Go ahead and answer that question. Are you answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe?
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Yeah.
Refresh your recollection and look at the
Tell
transcript.
Mr. Brennan what page you're at.
Sure. 188, 189. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question, Ms. McCabe. Would it refresh? I just have to do this for the record. Would it refresh your recollection and look at your transcript?
I'll look at it, yes.
We got ourselves a little random water bottle here. Not sure what brand of water bottle we got over here sitting in the corner. This video is sponsored by whatever brand of water bottle this is. That'd be good. Let's do product sponsorships. You know, that'd be good. I like this plan. I'm going to become a judge. I'm going to have cameras in the courtroom, and then suddenly the witness will be handed prime for no particular reason. I don't see any problems with this plan whatsoever.
Okay.
Should be fine.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told
there's
them
a
that
siren.
I communicated with Ms.
Anyone who
Reed
needs siren on their
and
bingo,
that
there's a siren.
Called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beattie.
Oh, and Tom Beattie, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report, like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beattie. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
You done? Finished? Is that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
Wait, I'm trying, all right. When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning,
Go back to the microphone.
you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed then. said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Eden, correct?
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper
Thank
Prince
you.
as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beatty. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called to 34 Fairview, Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister Nicole that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours, right?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as poor.
What is going on with her necklace? Maybe it's just the way the light is catching it, but it looks like it's made out of like aluminum foil or tin or something. What the hell is going on with this? Also, wearing a cross, Jen? I don't know, man. I don't know. What? All right.
Important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remember who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records.
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why did you use the word nefarious?
Because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just use the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
What the fuck?
No, not at all.
Later that morning of January 29th, but by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay. Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
Day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come
Do
to my
you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened, and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where he indicated that you told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house. I object.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike back.
On purely technical grounds, I don't really necessarily mind her saying no to that because she's correct. She didn't prepare the report. So, he's basically trying to impeach her on something she didn't create, unlike her grand jury testimony, because obviously she created it because she said it, as opposed to what's written in a report. It's like, yeah, she didn't write it, so why would it necessarily refresh her memory? So I don't really object to her saying no on technical grounds, but pressing on.
You also told.
Okay, can we come to sidebar, please?
We're doing another sidebar. Sidebar, sidebar, sidebar is glorious for you and me. Sidebar glory. Sidebar, all the things. All right, fans coming back. There's light. There's smoke detector, and there's fan, all in the same shot together. Oh my God. The love triangle is getting intense. First, we just had fan just spinning by itself. Then we had smoke detector with its red stripe. And we saw a little flirting going on between smoke detector and fan. Fan's like, hey, baby, I can blow some air your way. And smoke detector's like, I like that because I like to say the smoke. So getting some air going is going good. So we saw a little flirting in the club here between smoke detector and fan. But then enters light. Light wants a piece of this, man. The drama is getting real in this courthouse.
May I? Sure. Thank you. Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows, after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she had broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm asking is, what did you tell?
And unlike some side rooms, Ceiling has its shit together. Ceiling has things placed in a place, and those are the places it belongs. Those are the places, the things. Ceiling has its shit together. I think side room needs to talk to Ceiling about how to organize things.
Michael Proctor on January 29th. It's freshest in your mind.
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house?
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone, that's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But in fact, you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect.
Although at this point, I am beginning to question smoke detector's competence because smoke detector apparently is unable to smell the smoldering of the lies coming off this witness. Shaking my head, smoke detector, shaking my head. I guess smoke detector can't smell sulfur. That's unfortunate.
Sustained.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
All right, next question.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day, is that right?
I'd have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations, is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like. Mm-hmm. And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Oh, she has to see the report.
I'll give it to you.
If you need that for your bingo card, you got that.
Did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is, we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually told him in terms of that
Say
description?
no.
To take a look at his
Say no.
notes?
So ask it differently, that's sustained.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to today, Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack, or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
Okay. As you sit here today, are you telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was one way. Mhm.
Cracked and missing pieces, indeed. Missing pieces of your soul.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No.
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
No.
Did you and your family use a group chat, you and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister, Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked right behind me. Asked to approach.
Sure.
Is Jackson
Thank
doing
you.
better today? On the whole, I'd say yes. He's doing better. At least it's working better for me today.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if Jackson has really changed as much as much as it's just working more for me today, because I think that this is a better use of like this kind of energy than with earlier witnesses. And I've certainly been critical of Jackson even with respect to this witness. But so maybe it's just me, maybe it's just how it's hitting me today. But for me this morning, yeah, it's hitting for me a little bit better. Also, like he isn't quite as aggressive in his tone. So yeah, I think so, on the whole, I'm more positive about what's happening.
Tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document.
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a, looks like a group chat with me and my sister, Nicole. Oh, no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister, Nicole.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Oh, sure. Did you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just took the document away from you. I apologize.
It's okay, I didn't know.
Sure. Do you have an extra copy so she has one of you?
I'll just leave that one. I've got an extra copy for myself. I'll leave that one.
Thank you.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 1/29/22.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or does that include others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister, Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following in the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
If I could review it briefly.
Sure. Why don't I see you at sidebar for a minute, Harper?
Sidebar. Oh, let's see what we got going on. Lamp is back. We got a little bit of chandelier there, but not much chandelier. So maybe chandelier's being pushed a little bit away by ceiling fan and smoke detector. You know, ceiling fan was lamp was trying to interject itself into this club scene, trying to enter the sets. But you know, it's being a little bit, maybe it's just been rejected, or maybe it's just kind of holding off and waiting for see things how develop. It's looking at this, trying to see what's going on. Fan is apparently extremely excited about everything that's happening in this. Smoke detector is playing it very, very cool, which seems like against type for smoke detector, but playing it very, very cool. And yeah. Got a nice little dance party going on. Fans got a lot of energy. I'm not sure smoke detector seems like it's a lot more sedate. Although, to be honest, when smoke detector goes off, it goes off. So fan has a more consistent energy. Smoke detector is much more sedate most of the time, but it can get very, very animated very, very quickly if the right stimulus is happening. Meanwhile, chandelier trying to illuminate everything, trying to show the truth, casting a shadow upon everything, chandelier. Trying a little hard with the glass accents that are coming from the ceiling to accent it off. Just seeing those bright strands of crystal, I guess. Also, lamp is kind of blowing out the ceiling right now. It's a little intense. It's a little intense right above lamp. Also, ceiling fan has a string on it that you can pull. You know, that's really not a good thing. You don't want a string that someone can pull, man. That's not good. You want to have more control over yourself. It also has a switch that determines which direction it spins. It lets other people control its direction of spin. It feels like it should make that decision for itself. Smoke detector has shadows going two different directions. So it's hard to tell if smoke detector is coming or going. Ceiling fan does not appear to have any shadows at all. It doesn't believe in the shadows.
That it's more like, probably should have, but electronic communications in your delivery.
All right, back to
All
the
right, so
courthouse.
the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed,
so, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him, I probably should have, but before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here Ms. McCabe when she sent those messages. All right, so now that's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
What's going on with the bookcase behind the judge? This bookcase behind the judge is just sad. We've got like 3 books with red stripes. And then on the shelf above it, we've got 2 blue books and 1 book. Where are the rest of the books? Where are the rest of the books on the bookcase? Fill it out, man. Fill it out with some books. Get yourself some old law books. I don't care if you use them or something. At least complete the look. Or if you don't want to have books on there, maybe fill them without some trinkets. Like you could fill, like the bookcase behind me, fill them out with some trinkets or something. Give some nice things to look at, man. That bookcase is sad. That bookcase is sad. It's not doing its job. It's meant to hold things, and it's not really holding things. Bookcase is sad. It wants to be a bookcase. It wants to display things, and it just has a few things to display. Why are they being so mean to bookcase? What did bookcase do? Is bookcase being punished? Why is bookcase being punished? It looks like it's a good bookcase. This is sad. Does the court need some books? We could do a book drive and send the court some books. You know? Some books on like script writing, maybe. How to write a script, how to write a screenplay.
Mr. Wolf, is there a way to, there we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? And we'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms.
Thank
McCabe, do you need lights on or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a...
Yeah, I will now take your suggestions in chat for what books would be good. I'm thinking Black's Law Dictionary, always welcome. Some sort of book on like a constitutional primer. Maybe some treatises would be good. Yeah, constitutional law treatise would be good. Some other basic treatises, perhaps. Some books on script writing. Some books on humor. What else can we have on our bookshelf? I will now take your pitches for what can go on bookcase.
Representative copy of what you're looking at. It's just been marked for evidence.
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says 2, and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1:29:22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
Sure. Carrie talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Woke, can we pull up the next text, please?
We got both green and blue text bubbles, baby. Devil's work. Devil's work.
Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What time is that?
That would be 7:56. Or 58, sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please. Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please. Is this a text from you to your sister, Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please. What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 in 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister. And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM, or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up for just a moment. One of the texts, the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document. Eight pages in total length. There's an eighth page on the bottom, 02148. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at sidebar.
It is, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. May I stand at the witness stand for just a second?
Okay, you don't have a separate copy for
I do. I'm going to hand her this one and ask that this be marked.
Okay.
A couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian, sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah, February 1st, yeah. Okay, yeah,
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'd ask that this be marked
Right. Say, for identification or in evidence?
in evidence,
Same objection, Mr. Bryan?
please.
Yes, that can come. 48.
Can
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to making case.
With the court's permission to publish, please.
Yes.
If we start at the second text down. Ms. Wool, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes,
Does it appear to be the same thing?
yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my husband.
And if you can orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3 days after the event in question.
Yes,
12:50 noon.
Noon, yes.
Just before 1 p.m.
yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is in D&E.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie told him Channel 4 is in D&E.
Who's Julie?
I'm sorry, Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text. Is this in response to the text that you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall.
sorry. CF McCarthy's. Yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that context. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt.
suggesting.
Yeah, I think we're all looking to find out what happened. So Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
And also indicating that Chris should tell them the guy never came in the house, correct?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next text, please. Can you orient us who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell him that the guy never came in the house. This
Yes.
is in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's ONG, but it
Yeah.
meant to be OMG, correct?
Yes, yeah, I do a lot of errors.
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom one more time?
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole?
Yes.
And she mentions a she, pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please. Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please. Who is this text from and who is it to?
This text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie,
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes.
And then you follow up with what?
All the stuff.
Next text, please.
Sorry, I was just commenting. I took 2 links out. I took 2 links
Who's
out of
this
the band,
responsive text from?
but it's still a little
This
loose.
is from
so I
Matt
need
to
take,
myself,
need to take their
Nicole,
band
and Brian.
Take more out.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text about
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end. If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry. To me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green.
Good job,
bubble. Who's
Essa.
this from and who's it
Congratulations
to?
on your bingo.
This is me, Matt, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say? What did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically.
She was
Earlier in the day.
yeah, earlier in the day he had called me and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handed her the phone.
Yes.
And then later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No, sorry.
Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
So of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from my sister, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cop said and if there was any update, any information.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
And at 5:31, what does Mr. McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
I think that works.
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please. And who is this from and who is it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What did you write?
I wrote, she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone.
Yes.
This is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I used the word everything, I meant it in not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who is it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says?
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
Indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept as he said, she could write a book. So he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please. That may be the end of it.
Yeah, it is.
Is that the last text on the page?
Yes, it is.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay. There you go.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat, correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
When you were writing the text, when the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking any more of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts that the defense, Ms. Karen Reed's representatives, would ever get a hold of those texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
would never have been in my mind, no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about a subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
I move for an instruction.
All right, jurors, disregard that comment completely, disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Yeah, colluding is awfully aggressive. That's argumentative, so I don't object to that ruling by the judge for that reason. During break, though, I'd like to tell you a little bit about the watch that I just got. We talked about this a little bit yesterday when I got it. I just got it in the mail. I'll show you the watch I've been wearing, and I'll show you the watch I just got while we're on break. So, because we can have watch talk. All right. So let's see. Over here. All right. So this is the watch I have been wearing. This is the one Nate the lawyer got me. This is a Citizen ProMaster Tough 40 millimeter. This is titanium, sapphire crystal, 200 meter. Easy peasy, everyday sort of watch. Nice big numbers, easy to read. 40 millimeter, so it's a good size. It's like only 87 grams because it's titanium and stuff like that. And then we got this bad boy that we just got in the mail, which you can see how much bigger that is, right? So you got the 40 millimeter, and then you got this big boy next to it, 44 millimeter. And this is in the style of the Zen U1, but it's not a Zen U1. It's from a company called Steel Dives. This is steel, and so this is much heavier than this watch by a lot. But nice big bold markers, very cool. In case you care. Glad to have shared this moment with you. Court's
in the
back.
text that we just saw, you were colluding with other witnesses, percipient witnesses in this case through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard or what you heard during Kerry Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other percipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Kerry Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes.
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts's statements to the police, correct?
To my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Kerry Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Kerry Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically. Her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Kerry Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline.
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
I want to change gears for a second, Ms. McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lank's house.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium. It's involved. Thank you, Your Honor. Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went. Correct.
And you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Yes.
Yes.
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right, and what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
The same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago. I'm asking, when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th, 2024, before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him.
I don't believe so,
So
no.
if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report.
Sustained.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave, and we dropped her off at Mike Lank's. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened. But we had Lexi with us, and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so you believe that may have been his mix-up, not yours?
Sustained.
Is that, I'm sorry. Do you remember exactly what it was that you told Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
I know I said that we dropped her off.
Okay. It was 11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from...
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court about, in a proceeding about this issue.
Ben, I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right. When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so I
I'm
don't...
just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
So you might have.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now, you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detailed, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at Michael Lank's house for a period of time, correct?
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I remembered that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter, off at Michael Lank's.
All right. Do you recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. Did Lieutenant show?
No, he didn't show me a record.
He just asked you about it.
He just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully, this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
You indicated that during that visit, you sat outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes.
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
Yes.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see Sergeant Lank at his home, correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had left. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know a time. Maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have a 10-page document that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure, show Mr. Brennan on your way up.
Take your time. Mr. Brennan is just going to review that document. I have no problem with that. Thank you. Good? Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you recognize the document
So has it been marked yet?
I'm sorry, I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So Madam Court Reporter will mark it and give it back. Okay.
Thank you.
For identification. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Gracie.
You have the document in front of you?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the first page of that document just to orient yourself. Do you see that that appears to be a map, generally?
All right, so I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
I'll see counsel at sidebar. May I have that, please?
Seba. All right, we're back to live. All right. We're caught up. All right.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Taking a look at that first page, do you recognize a location that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle of the page,
Yes.
do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we've talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, pardon me, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4. Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that location?
Yes, that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th.
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes.
What is that, again, what is that location?
That is 1/30/2022.
The location, the address?
Oh, I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7, do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes.
What's the date, I'm sorry, what is that location?
That's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 536, and this page is 540.
Yes.
Okay, take a look at page 8. Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
Yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Link's.
What's the date and time?
1/30/2022.
January 30th, 2022, and
Yes.
the time, please?
5:43.
You're familiar with Canton, obviously,
Yes.
much more than we are. Is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Lank's house consistent with about 3 or 4 minutes?
It could be with they have multiple stop signs
Okay,
and due to the weather.
right. Taking a look at page 9,
Yes.
do you see another pinpointed address?
Yes. I believe it's the same one
Okay, the same address on
as Mike
Oakdale?
Lank. As Mike Lank.
Okay, and what's the time? What's the date of that?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take. Correct.
Yeah.
Finally, the last page, page 10. Do you see yet another pinpointed address?
I do. Yes.
Is that your address?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Hmm.
We were talking about what happened when you were at Mike Lank's that evening. By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day, yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes,
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
yes,
Gets dark really early.
yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before, yes.
Safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah, I
Safe to
assume.
say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard
It's
was
dark at
still
night.
brewing, correct?
I think it
Dark.
had stopped
Well, it
snowing by
depends,
then.
I suppose, where you live. Maybe
still
sometimes it's not
freezing
dark at
cold.
night.
Believe so.
I corrected myself immediately.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes,
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running.
yes,
He'd had to be on full blast.
yes,
You're dressed in winter gear
yes,
because it's freezing out, correct?
correct.
You actually got out of the car and went into the house to go to the restroom at one point.
I have a faint memory, I think I did, yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house.
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand. It wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house, yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th Fairview before you went to Michael Lank's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped, yes. Slowly stopped, yes.
You went in the house and spoke with someone.
No, I never went in the house.
Why did you go by and just stop?
I think Carrie and I just went by to like take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stayed there for 4 to 6 minutes.
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house, no.
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
No,
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before you went to Michael Lank's house, correct?
That was on the way to Michael Lank's.
So in point of fact, you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had. My memory is not, this isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lank's.
Do you remember testifying a year ago that, well, let me ask it this way. Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever even stopped by 34 Fairview?
I don't remember that now.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony?
No.
Sure.
You said yes? Okay. I thought you'd say no. Would it refresh your memory how much a bitch you are?
Take a look at that page, the top highlighted.
Bitch says what? What?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. On May 21st of last year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Stopping by and driving by meant something different to me. Stopping by, I look at as like, then you pop in the house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at
You're telling us that you were involved in a drive-by now? Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I believe that. Lol.
the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just said that you may have even spoken with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I, in Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview as you sit here today.
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
So again, last question on this point. You did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But again, I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a lot of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
And all of your testimony over the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll never forget, correct?
Yeah, nice. Yeah, there you go.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. But let's see.
Okay.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you left 12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
Oh, my memory.
Your
I don't remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence, 5:12 in the evening?
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, but just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
Not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28,
All right, bring it to a close.
almost 45
Bring it to a
minutes later,
close.
actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lanks, I went home, correct?
And you arrived at your house at 6:34, correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a break?
is.
Do you
I'm
have a
about to
while
shift gears.
more? Okay.
Yes.
All right, jury.
I bet you do.
Take our morning recess. 15, 20 minutes, we'll see you back.
All right, good deal, man.
Break this way, jurors.
Spinny fan spins for justice. Spinny fan speaks for us all. So far, on the whole, I do like Jackson's approach more. He is being aggressive, but in a way that I find to be more balanced. Perhaps a bit much for my personal taste, but I think it's within the bounds of what makes sense. And I think that he's pressing her in the right places, albeit perhaps slightly aggressively, again, for my taste, but that is his style. So, we have to account for that, which is fair. But I find what he's doing this morning to be overall more effective. And there's more juice here for the squeeze, right? This is what I've trying to been like telling you guys, or at least in my opinion, right? Like you need to reserve, you need to sort of do a calculation about how much juice is there worth how much squeeze. At least in my humble opinion, I didn't feel like there was enough juice there for some of the questions, particularly given his tone and aggressive nature with respect to, say, the firefighters or EMTs. Not to say, again, that you can't highlight the discrepancies, but there are better ways to go about that. At least in my humble opinion, allow the discrepancies to speak for themselves, rather than like just allow the things to speak for themselves and don't really have to go beyond that. And he sort of browbeat it and came off as a bully, I think. And I don't think it really worked. With McCabe, however, her testimony is more critical because she's, I think, one of the few witnesses, if not the only witness, who was with this statement, I hit him. Although the EMT said that he heard something too, so never mind. But he heard it in the background, as opposed to, so like, what did he hear? Maybe it's a little bit more vague. She's a direct ear witness, apparently. So she's basically the best witness for the Commonwealth, which is sad on a whole lot of levels. The best witness for the Commonwealth probably should really be like the police or the medical examiner or something, right? But, not so much. So she's probably the best witness for the Commonwealth because she's the one that gives this like clear admission. Assuming, by the way, that you think it's an admission, which I'm still back to, like, even if you think she said it, which I don't think she did, but even if you think she said it, she probably said it in a state of hysteria and wasn't really aware of what she was saying. People in hysteria say all kinds of shit, so like she probably wasn't even lucid as she was saying things. And it could have, so I don't even think, first of all, I'm not sure that she said it. Second of all, even if she did, I don't think it really particularly reflects anything in particular. But, that's an opinion. But in any event, Jackson's cross here was more tempered, and I think better for it. He used aggression, but he used it in the right places, and he didn't browbeat it out of her. He was firm, but not antagonistic, or at least not overly antagonistic. So I found his style today to play better. And that could just be due to my own sensibilities as well. Just how it's playing to me today in the courtroom. So, maybe if I had seen this exact same thing a different day, maybe I'd have a different opinion, quite possibly. But at least for me this morning, it seems to be playing better. And also, she came off as evasive right out of the gate this morning and hostile. So I think on balance, Jackson won that exchange. So while I might, want to bring it back down a little bit more, it wouldn't be as much as before, right? Before was like, you need to bring this way down. Here I'm like, maybe bring it down like 10%, maybe. But, it's a much more marginal note. It's just as we're looking for perfection. And I find today, at least in my opinion, again, different commentators have looked at things differently, but at least to my mind today, I find her to be on the whole more evasive and more innocent explanations for her discrepancies are not as appealing to me today. I still think that you should note that just because there's discrepancies doesn't necessarily mean there's a lie. But I think that it's a little bit easier for me to come to the conclusion today that it's lying as opposed to merely forgetting and other sort of more innocent explanations. So that's sort of my opinion about how things are going. I think this is probably playing better. But how it's playing to the jury, who can say? But that's sort of where we're at least in my opinion. Now, apparently we have a special treat, or a treat, whether it's special or not. Who is to say whether it's special or not? But apparently someone wrote a ChatGPT Jennifer McCabe simulator. That sounds like something. And so let's see if we can log into that and see what's going on with that. Give me a second to load it. See if it wants to load for me. Shut up. ChatGPT. Okay, it can't load that conversation. Did the simulator get deleted already? I was looking forward to the simulator. Apparently it's unable to load the conversation. So apparently it got deleted. We are being deprived of our ChatGPT funny. I am disappointed. My day is ruined and my sadness is complete. Oh well, it was worth a shot, but sadly no, whatever. Maybe we could ask ChatGPT to create one. Let's see if it'll create one for us. Probably not, but we could give it a shot. Let's see if it'll create one for us. Conduct a search for information relating to Jennifer McCabe, who is currently testifying in the Karen retrial. Find sources that discuss her personality, traits. Create a simulator of Jennifer McCabe. I will then ask you questions, and I want you to respond in the style and personality of Jennifer McCabe. Let's see if it's going to do this. Probably not, but we'll give it a shot. All right, let's see what it got. Okay, all right. How are you doing today, Jennifer? It's thinking about something. I'm not sure what it's searching the web for, but it's searching. Is this fun? Are we having fun now? I'm doing as well as one can under these circumstances. Testifying in court is never easy, but I believe it's important to share what I witnessed. I'm committed to providing the truth to the best of my recollection. Thank you for asking. That's not bad. Okay. Isn't it true that you have changed your story on multiple occasions? Let's just ask it that, see what it says. Yes, during my testimony, I acknowledged that some of my earlier statements to investigators were incomplete or not entirely accurate. For instance, I initially reported making 2 phone calls before speaking with police, but later admitted to making 5 calls. Additionally, I testified that Karen Reed repeatedly said, I hit him, after we found John O'Keefe's body. However, this specific detail was not included in my initial statements to law enforcement or my grand jury testimony. The simulator is a little bit more open and honest about it in her answers, I have to say. I explained these admissions were not intentional, but rather the result of shock and trauma I experienced during the incident. Over time, as I processed the events, I recall additional details and sought to correct the record to my best ability. I understand the importance of providing accurate testimony and made every effort to be truthful and transparent during the proceedings. I mean, it does have her qualifications, so I mean, it's kind of like in her style. It's not completely invalid. What else can we ask the quasi simulator of Jennifer McCabe? Okay, let's see. Isn't it true that you were drunk at the time you supposedly heard the statements from Karen Reed? Let's give that a shot. Yes, I did consume alcohol on the evening of January 20th, 2022 during a gathering at the Waterfall Bar and Grill. However, by early morning hours of January 29th, when I discovered John's body, I was fully alert and aware of my surroundings. I distinctly remember Karen Reed exclaiming, I hit him at the scene. I didn't ask that, but she did want to add it, which is very much in her personality. She wants to add that even if it's not responsive to the question. So the simulator isn't doing too bad. Despite the emotional turmoil at the moment, my recollections of her words remain clear. Yeah, that wasn't what I asked, but that's the answer she gave. That's pretty close to what she would actually do. That's not bad. Isn't it true that you are involved in a conspiracy full of lies to hide the truth of who really killed John O'Keefe? Who are you protecting? Question mark, exclamation mark. Man. Let's see how you want to deal with that question. I understand there are concerns regarding my testimony in the Karen Reed trial. I want to clarify that I have no involvement in any conspiracy to conceal the truth about John O'Keefe's death. During the trial, I acknowledged that some of my earlier statements to investigators were incomplete. For instance, I initially reported making 2 phone calls before speaking with police, but later admitted making 5. Additionally, I testified that Karen Reed repeatedly said, I hit him, after we found John O'Keefe's body. However, the specific detail was not included in my initial statements to law enforcement or our grand jury testimony. I explained these admissions were not intentional, but rather the result of shock and trauma I experienced during the incident. Over time, as I processed the events, I called additional details and sought to correct the record to my best ability. I understand the importance of providing accurate testimony and made every effort to be truthful and transparent during my proceedings. I have no motive to protect anyone or be part of any cover-up. My sole intention is to assist in uncovering the truth about what happened to John O'Keefe. Okay, fair enough, I guess. What else can we ask it? Yeah. Okay. Let's see. In future responses, respond in a Boston accent and using a Boston vernacular. How do you spell vernacular? VEN. Vernacular. Is that close? Vernacular. There you go. I didn't know. Okay. Yeah. Let's see what. Okay. All right. Let's get this straight. I understand there's a lot of conspiracies and cover-ups, but I need to be clear. I'm not involved in any conspiracy to hide the truth. That wasn't what I asked. Oh well. Oh well. Okay. Why? I have only 6 responses from ChatGPT 4.5. If you hit the limit, we'll switch to another model until it resets on the 9th. Damn. You're aggressive. Shit. All right. I guess we'll use 04. I guess we'll switch models. Shit. Why? Okay. If you were an animal, what kind of animal would you be? If I had to pick an animal that best represents me, I'd say I'm like a hawk. Hawks are observant, focused, and they don't miss a thing. They soar high, keeping a keen eye on everything below. Just like I strive to stay aware and attentive in all situations. Plus, the resilient and adaptive qualities I try to value and embody every day. Wow. Thanks, Jen. What do you think of the Waterfall Bar and Grill? The Waterfall Bar and Grill in Canton. It's a solid spot, no doubt, right in the heart of Canton Center. It's got that cozy neighborhood vibe. The outdoor patio is a real treat in the summer, overlooking Forge Pond, making it for a wicked nice backdrop. Thanks for the wicked, by the way, ChatGPT. Thanks for throwing that in. Wicked nice backdrop when you're enjoying a meal or pint. The menu's got a good mix of American classics with a bit of an Irish twist. Folks seem to rave about the Waterfall Burger and fish tacos. And if you're into live music, they've got that going on too, adding to the lively atmosphere. It's the kind of place where you kick back, relax, and feel right at home. So if you're ever in the area, it's worth stopping by. Just remember, it's a place to go if you want an early spot. Okay. How would you compare the Waterfall Bar and Grill to, how do you spell this? To Stoney's Bar in Rockville, Minnesota. All right, let's compare the Waterfall Bar and Grill in Massachusetts to Stoney's Bar in Rockville, Minnesota. Waterfall Bar and Grill. Located in Canton Center, the Waterfall Bar and Grill offers a laid-back atmosphere with a touch of Irish flair. The menu features American classics like burgers and fish tacos, complemented by an outdoor patio overlooking Forge Pond. Patrons appreciate the friendly staff and casual setting, making it a popular stop for both locals and visitors. Stoney's Bar. In contrast, Stoney's Bar in Rockville is known for its dive bar ambiance and unique traditions, such as donating a bra for the ceiling to support breast cancer awareness. The bar offers pool tables, live bands, and a selection of drinks, creating a lively atmosphere for patrons. Seeking a more eclectic experience. While both establishments serve as local gathering spots, the Waterfire Bar and Grill leads to a more traditional pub experience with Irish American menu and scenic patio. Stoney's Bar, on the other hand, offers a distinctive dive bar atmosphere with unique traditions and entertainment options. Your preference between the two would depend on what kind of ambience experience you're seeking. Thank you for that incredibly insightful answer. I appreciate it. That's nice. That's great stuff. Was it snowing? The question we all want to know the answer to. Yes, it was snowing wicked hard that day. We got slammed with a blizzard on January 20th, 2022. Kenton got about 21 inches of snow by 7:45, and most of that came down after 8. It was a real nor'easter. Whiteout conditions, wind, hail, and the whole 9 yards. Travel was near impossible. The snow just kept coming. Are the police particularly Michael Proctor corrupt? Michael Proctor, the former Massachusetts state trooper who led the investigation of Karen Reed, was fired in March 2020 following findings of misconduct. State police cited unsatisfactory performance and violations related to alcohol consumptions. Additionally, Proctor was found to send derogatory and inappropriate text messages. He also shared case-sensitive information. While Proctor's concerns raised serious concerns, it's important to note these issues pertain specifically to him. You wish. There's no publicly available evidence implicating other members of the Massachusetts State Police. Don't know about that one either. Therefore, while Proctor's actions have been deemed corrupt, it would be inappropriate to generalize this characterization to the entire police force without further substantiated information. I'm not sure about that answer, Jen, but thank you. Jennifer, did the dog Chloe commit the murder? You're asking if Chloe the dog was involved in John O'Keefe's death? Well, here's what I can tell you. Defenses suggest that Chloe, the German Shepherd owned by the Alberts, might have attacked John. They even brought in Dr. Marie Russell, who testified that some of John's injuries looked like dog bites. But the prosecution challenged her qualifications, saying she wasn't an expert in dog bites. Now, I personally didn't see Chloe that night. I was inside the house and don't recall her being around when we found John. So while defense is pointing fingers at Chloe, there's no concrete evidence she was involved at all. It's all part of the ongoing debate in this case. Well, that's all right. Some of those answers were fun. I don't know if that was necessarily everything we hoped it would be, but it was worth the experience in any event. Thank you, ChatGPT, for your exciting and fun contributions to our stream. We do appreciate it. Let me make sure I've acknowledged all the super chats and stuff that have come so far today. So far today, we've got Scott, became an uncivilian. Thank you, Scott, for joining. Aaron Feist sent 20 gift memberships. Blackbird 72 has been a member for 72 months. Double Dookie Stain 616 said, how the PC build go last night? Wasn't able to catch the stream. It was successful. It actually posted and worked the very first time we tried to turn it on. I know. I was surprised too, but it worked. We replaced, for those of you who didn't watch my marathon stream, it was a thing. We replaced the power supply, and we also replaced one of the fans in the back. Also, we took out everything out of the case. And while I was at it, well, in order to, like, get rid of dust and stuff, might as well, make it clean and nice. So we took the motherboard and everything out of the case, and we also replaced the offsets, the stands for the motherboard with nice brass ones because they look nice. And so we did all that yesterday. And we also replaced the SATA cables for the hard drive. Just, get new SATA cables. Why not? And yeah, so that was good. Everything worked, and everything is working perfectly fine this morning. Everything is going great. Siren the Cat for 279 Canadian said, good morning, Kurt and chat. I can fix her. Good luck. Siren the Cat for 279 said, take a shot each time you hear chaotic morning. I don't want to drink that much anymore. I shot the clerk. Question. 499 said, would it be fair to ask if she's under the influence of any substance that's affecting her memory? No, you can't ask that question unless you have a good faith basis to ask the question. So you'd have to have a reason to ask the question. And unfortunately, she's acting like she always does. So at least in my humble opinion, there's no good faith basis to ask the question. But thank you. My Velgidiot for 499 said, can Jen's testimony seem to be better if the defense had to surrender impeachment evidence? Sure. And TJM said, another day with Botox Voldemort. You better believe it. Thank you for all those wonderful, wonderful super chats. It is, of course, appreciated. Thank you for the 350 of you spending time with me, and for the 245 of you who have liked. We do appreciate all those things. You guys are awesome. We did our watch thing today, so we got a different watch. That's exciting. I'll sell my Seiko chronograph. Don't really use that anymore, so probably sell that. See if I can get $100 out of it, so I can get rid of a watch. That'll be nice. What else can we talk about? We've run out of things to talk about. Just waiting for the trial to start back, man. Is Bev breaking for booze? She might be, man. I'll tell you what. Barb K, $5 says, thanks for a laugh. Being here is great. We do appreciate that. Thank you very much for the super chat. It's very nice of you. Yeah. Didn't Jackson say he only thought there'd be like an hour and a half or 2 hours across or something like that? I think he lied. I saw Legal Eagle did a video, by the way, on the judges being arrested. And I'm like, well, at least the one, there's probable cause to arrest the judge. She seems to have violated the law. Just because you're a judge doesn't mean that you get to do illegal things. It seems like she obstructed, in a legal sense, the federal government. She can't do that. But, so it's like, so Legal Eagle had a whole video where he's like, oh, they're arresting judges now. This is horrible. I'm like, well, at least in the one case, they arrest the judge because it appears she broke the law based on the available information. So, what are we talking about, right? Bingo, outstanding. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, we covered this in an earlier video of at least of the one judge. What happened is that the judge was aware that ICE was there to arrest somebody. And then with that knowledge, they then directed the person they were looking to arrest out a side door, right? Because ICE was waiting outside the courtroom, because that's good protocol in any event. They're waiting outside the courtroom to arrest, and the judge, the person they were looking to arrest started to go through the main entrance to the courtroom, and the judge said, no, go through this side room. And that's obstruction, because she's interfering, because she has knowledge they're there to conduct an arrest, and she is now aiding and abetting this person by directing them through a side entrance in an attempt to try to evade arrest. And that's illegal. You can't do that. So, yeah, seems problematic to me. based on, and it seemed like it seemed like it was pretty robust based on the prima facie. They interviewed a whole bunch of people who said they saw these things. Seemed robust. So, it worked for me. Barb K for $5 says, personally, I do think Grok did a better job of mimicking Jen's personality. Fair. We could ask Grok, but I don't think the break is supposed to be that long. So, yeah. I guess we could run it through Grok and see what it comes up with. Let me pull that up and see what it does. Okay. What should we ask her? Jennifer, isn't it true that you have provided statements and testimony about this case multiple times, and each time your story changes? Look, I've been consistent about what happened that night, and I told the truth every single time I've been asked. Whereas the police and the grand jury on the stand, I love John like family and never do anything to hurt him or twist what happened. Yes, I've had to recount that night over and over, and it's been years now. Some small details, like exact times on who said what when, might come out differently, but it was chaotic, awful night, and I was in shock, trying to help Karen find John in a blizzard. But the core of what I saw and heard, that's rock solid. I heard Karen say, I hit him, clear as day, and 100% certain of that. I've never changed that part no matter what the defense tries to spin. They're just confusing things, but I'm not here to play games. I'm a mom. I've got 4 girls and I've been harassed and drugged through the med for telling the truth. My story hasn't changed, the same as it's always been. What else do you want to know? Man, that's actually pretty good. I have to agree with you. I think Grok is definitely getting closer to Jennifer McCabe with the word salad and not answering my questions and throwing him the I hit him. I mean, that's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. All right, let's ask Barb's question. Barb has a question for ChatGPT. Let's see what it says about this. Or apologize, for Grok, rather. Jennifer, are you covering for your sister Nicole and Brian because the dog actually killed John? Absolutely not. That's an outrageous lie, and it makes my blood boil to hear it. Chloe the dog had nothing to do with John's death. There's no evidence, no truth at all. I love John like a brother, and there was never something I'd cover up, especially not for anyone, including my sister Nicole or Brian. That night was chaotic. I was focused on helping Karen find John in the snow in the darkness in a blizzard. I saw Karen's SUV parked oddly and heard him say, I hit him with my own ears. 100% clear. I'm not hiding anything. My family and I have been tortured by these wild conspiracy theories while people driving by my house, sending letters to my daughter's college. It's disgusting. I'm a mom. I'm a good person and telling the truth about what happened. The idea that I covered up a dog killing John, it's absurd and just another way to attack me for being honest. What else do you want to ask? I'm here for the truth, same as always. Wow. That's pretty on point, man. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Jennifer, isn't it true that at your grand jury testimony, You were asked multiple times what Karen Reed said that evening, and you never once told the grand jury you heard Karen say, "I hit him." That was fun. You should get super chats for questions. I mean, I'm in for it. Yeah. Listen, I've been consistent from the start what I heard that night. I'm not here to play games. That the grand jury has asked a lot of questions. I answered them to the best of my memory, just like I've done every time. It was a traumatic night. John was gone. We were in a blizzard. I was trying to help Karen while she's frantic. I told the grand jury what happened, and if I didn't say the exact phrase, I hit him in that moment. It's because I was focused on explaining the whole situation, not because I was hiding anything. But let me be crystal clear. I heard Karen say, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," that morning, 100%. I've said it in court, I said it under oath, and I'm saying now. My memory of that is solid. Defense loves to twist things, pick apart every word, but I'm Mama 4. I've got no reason to lie. I cared about John. I'm telling the truth about what I saw and heard. They can try to confuse people, but I'm not wavering. What else do you want to know? I'm here and I'm not backing down from the truth. Woof. Woof. I mean, that's a lot. Yeah, if you want to super chat to ask X any further questions, let me know. Oh yeah, I wanted to do a sound test. That's right. I forgot that I wanted to do a sound test while I was waiting. So let me do a sound test real fast. Let's see how this goes. This will be interesting on a whole lot of levels. All right, so I want to change the headphones. Okay. And I want to change this input. Check one, two. All right, I want to mute this. Whoa. Oh, okay. Hold on. So I want to change this so I don't hear it anymore. Great. All right. So how do you like that with my voice? So do you like that? Oh wait, no, that's the same you're used to hearing too. So this is kind of normal. This is sort of what you're used to hearing normally. And then let me change it and do this thing and see what happens.
Whoa. What is up with that? I don't like that at all. What the hell's going on? I would do that. This doesn't make sense. I don't like any of these things. All right, hold on.
Oh, this is why we test things, so we see what works and what doesn't. So yeah, okay, great. $20. I can sponsor 4 questions, get some people started. Thank you very much, Barb, for the super chat. It's appreciated. What other questions do you have for our lovely, lovely bot? Now that we are, taking questions. Did I close Chrome? No, I didn't. I just minimized it, and yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah. Normal's fine. Normal's perfectly fine. So, but we test things so we see what they sound like. That's how we learn. Jennifer, are you a neighbor to Beverly Cannoni? All right, let's ask that question. No, I'm not a neighbor to Judge Beverly Cannoni in Cape Cod or anyone else. I don't know her personally. I never had contact with her outside the case. My family and I live in Canton. I'm just a mom trying to raise 4 girls and deal with this nightmare of trial. All these rumors and accusations floating around, like some of the ones about connection to Judge, are not just nonsense meant to distract from truth. I'm here to tell what I saw and heard that night. Karen say, and I hit him clear as day. That's what matters. People can try to stir up drama, but I'm sticking to the facts. I love the way she throws in, I hit him, basically every chance she gets. That's very true to type. You got to love that, man. Oh, yeah, we'll ask it about how long to die in cold. That's a good question. Let's ask it that. Why did you search for how long to die in cold 4 hours before the body was discovered in the snow? Look, that whole search thing has been completely twisted. It's infuriating to see how it's been used to paint me as something I'm not. The truth is, I never searched for how long to die in cold before John was found. That claim comes from a misinterpretation of data defense has run with, but it's not accurate. My phone records have been gone over with a fine-tooth comb, and what I did do was search for information after we found John in the snow when we were trying to figure out what happened. It was around that time we were out there, frank, trying to help. I was looking up some stuff to understand how long someone could survive in those freezing conditions. It was a desperate moment, not some premeditated thing. I'm a mom. I cared about John like family and was shocked to see him lying there. I wasn't plotting or hiding anything. I was trying to make sense of a tragedy. Defense is trying to spin this to make me look guilty, but I'm telling you 100% that search happened after we found him, not before. I've been harassed enough with these lies. I'm sick of it. I heard Karen say, I hit him. And that's what I know to be true. That's what I'm sticking to. Nice. Anytime the court wants to come back from break, by the way, would be fine, incidentally. What are we doing? We're just waiting for the court to come back from break, and we're having fun with ChatGPT and Grok, asking it to answer questions as Jen to kill some time. That is what we're doing. All right, let's ask DCD's fuzzed question. No, I don't need that one. Jennifer, do you think your connection to the Albert family makes you a little too defensive when asked about this case? Defensive and biased. I'll throw in biased too while we're at it. That sounds good. I understand why people might look at my connection and raise questions, but let me be clear. My ties to the Albert family don't make me biased or defensive. I'm defensive because I'm telling the truth and I've been dragged through the mud through it. Harassed, with rallies outside my house, letters sent to my daughter's colleges. That's what gets me fired up. The Alberts are part of our community, sure, and Nicole's married to Brian, but it doesn't change what I saw and heard that night. I love John like a brother, and I cared about Karen too before all this. When I heard Karen say, I hit him, it wasn't about loyalty to anyone. All right, let me ask you this question. Jennifer. Karen Reed was in a state of extreme distress and panic because she had just discovered her boyfriend in the snow. Even if she did say, I hit him, don't you agree that it is possible she said it in a state of hysteria, potentially not even being lucid as to what she was saying. Let's see what you say about that. I hear what you're saying, and I get that Karen was in a terrible state that morning. It was an awful, chaotic scene. Snow everywhere, freezing cold, and finding John like that was devastating for all of us. I was in shock myself, trying to help her while my heart was breaking for John. I went into mom mode, trying to keep things together. But when I heard Karen say, I hit him, it wasn't just some random outburst. She said clearly, repeatedly, I'm 100% certain of what hurt. I replayed that moment in my head a million times. Could she have been hysterical? Sure, she was freaking out, and I felt for her. But that doesn't mean she didn't know what she was saying. She's upset, but she's coherent enough to be asking questions, looking for John, and reacting to what happens. I'm not a psychologist, but I know what I heard, and I can't ignore that just because she was emotional. I cared about both of them. John was like family, and I didn't want to believe Karen could do something like that. But I have to tell the truth no matter how hard it is. I've been torn apart with all the harassment from my family's faced. Nice. Thank you, Barb K, for the 20 gift memberships. Is appreciated. Please, court, come back. I'm trying to kill time and vamp, and I can only do so much myself, man. Come on. They decided to go on lunch. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. Why was John like family? I don't know. You'd love to hear a legal interpretation of a sod sit argument. They're all wastelands. There's no legal interpretation to be given. They're all just absolute trash. There's just no analysis to give.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go
because
right
they're
ahead.
all
Thank you,
absolute
Your
total
Honor.
shit.
Ms. McCabe, I want to shift gears to some phone calls that you had with Trooper Michael Proctor back in January of 2022, moving forward to February and March. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Can you tell me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize those documents that I just handed you?
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
Phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple of questions. But before I do, I'd like to have both of those documents respectively marked just for identification. I don't anticipate entering.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records or?
Not yet. I will in just a
All
second.
right, so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions.
Without looking. Okay.
You had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor in the days and hours following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls, yes.
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here?
Correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure. Okay.
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54 a.m. on January 29th, a couple of minutes in length?
I object to the form.
Okay. So you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call, time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible, yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here, do you recall, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael Proctor about 10:54 in the morning?
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him, yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking, so this is again, we're being asked questions.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
Okay. On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
I know I received a phone call. I, again, don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at that document, the next line down, or the next phone call with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did receive another phone call on the 29th from Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect, do you now remember independently that?
I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me, yes.
Okay, so there's two phone
Make
calls.
it easy.
Excuse me?
I only object in form. I don't object to the record.
All right. So I guess the record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Shapps.
Well, then I'll just,
I'm being told that there's no objection
fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from the record.
Fine, then that'll speed things along. I
The
appreciate
nature of
that.
the objection, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor, 10:54 a.m.
Yes,
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
yes,
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
yes,
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
yes,
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame.
Okay.
The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
Am I looking at the second one or the,
May I approach you?
Yes.
this one? Yes.
see the other document?
This one has the February 14th.
There you go. Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Taking a look at that document, and by the way, for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February 14th at about 3:55 p.m., lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February 28th at about 12:48 p.m., is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m., do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes. One was 1 minute and the other was 2.
Thank you. And staying on that same date, at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
And then finally on March 29th, 2022, do you see a call at about 3:27 p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for that, Ms. McCabe. You had in fact met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there.
Yes.
In your home as well.
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes, there are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that doesn't, and that may be true, but you were communicating back and forth, certainly.
Yes.
In the weeks and months following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include, those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it went.
So,
and then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
So you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
Yes, when he came to interview me at my house, correct.
You just took the words out of my mouth. That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
No.
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many more communications at that time, just before the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September or maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The interview with Trooper Tully in that fall of 2023, where did that take place?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So again, Trooper Tully wrote that you never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error by him, correct?
Object to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I object. I'd like to be seen.
Okay. Come to sidebar, please.
Sidebar. Sidebar is exciting. Sidebar is best bar. I want to go to sidebar. I really want to go to sidebar. I really want to go to sidebar. You guys want to do brunch? I'm feeling brunch. Let's do brunch. I'm not really the tomato drink thing guy. Bloody Mary, that's the one I was looking for. I'm not really a Bloody Mary guy, but I'll do some mimosas with you, if that's cool. You can have the Bloody Mary if you want. It's just not my thing. I'll do some mimosas. It'll be good. It'll be fun. We could do some crepes. That'd be good. Yeah, I like that idea. Some crepes sound good. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Some fried chicken and waffles, maybe. That sounds nice. With some mimosa. Could be good. You got some spinach and bacon quiche in the fridge? Nice. Can I come over? Do you have some mimosas? I can bring some if you don't have it. If you got quiche, I can bring mimosas. That'll be good. I'll get some orange juice and some, sparkling. It'll be good. Sweet or savory crepe? We could do either one. Either one's fine. Sweet. We can do both. We can do sweet and savory. Why not both? I could use a forget me shot right about now. So I don't have to remember how much Jen hurts me. Lox Bagel? Now you're talking.
Next question.
May I? Did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
I had never met Elizabeth Proctor prior. Well, there was a...
Did you tell Trooper Tully quote?
If I can break that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
So this
my
has been
question is
asked and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do you deny, as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly, if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you want this one?
Got that.
Thanks.
You've indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The calls
I
were between.
apologize.
That's okay. 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50, 50.
Oh, 50. Oh, sorry. I apologize. Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
You know that call was answered, even though it says it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown, yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over. That's where it says unknown.
Yes.
But it also indicates that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving up to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page. At 12:29 and 44 seconds, there was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe, that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls. That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, there
And
were calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you had called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is, that comports with your
Butt
memory.
dials, baby.
That there were
Butt
several
dials,
calls,
baby. Let's go.
According to the records, there were several calls made.
Also, I'm a little mad at Jackson because he lied to me. He told me that there'd like only be like an hour or two across, I think. He lied to me. Cross is going to never end. It's going on forever. Well.
To John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back
Who has
and forth,
butt dial on their bingo?
listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once. 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct?
Butt dial.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Weren't you confronted with that?
How can she possibly butt dial with such a flat ass? Hey, yo.
At the last hearing, a year ago, whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs.
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
Also, I think my audio is out of sync, so give me a second. I'm going to refresh the page because it looks way out of sync. Give me a second, please.
It's not open, correct?
And it requires, your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID, or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it.
Well, how often?
Whoa, it's not just me, right? The audio is like way, way delayed, right? It's not just me. What is going on here?
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages. Phone. Right? Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe I accidentally hit the last thing, the last call, like since I had talked to John.
Rather, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish. Okay.
Yeah, all right. Well, with respect to AJ being quiet, that is beyond my capacity. If he's not on the microphone, there's nothing really I can do about that. You know, he has to talk into the microphone if, you know, you want to be loud. Otherwise, it's just going to be kind of vaguely. So, yeah. Beyond my ability to control. I can't force them to use the microphone. Sadly, it is not my ability to control it. Very disappointing. Is it normal to get so much interference from a judge? It depends on the judge. Although, to be honest, I don't necessarily mind it in this context because Jackson's questions are argumentative in a lot. They're objectionably argumentative and asked and answered as well. And the judge has the right to move things along. So I don't find her interference in this respect to be problematic. There are a lot of things about the judge I find to be problematic, but this isn't one of them. To be quite honest, as a judge, I probably would have intervened long ago. She's more tolerant than me. I would have intervened long ago. I probably would have stopped cross-examination long ago. I would have been like, "You're done with cross now. Thank you." Yeah, so the judge is more tolerant than me with respect to these factors. So among her many sins, this is not one of them, in my opinion. Yeah, I, as the judge, would just start saying sustain. It'd be like there was no objection. Yeah, I just start saying sustain. They say there was an objection. That's right. I was objecting, and I've sustained my own objection. Lol. Yeah. Move along. And if you can't move along, I'm going to stop cross because there's nothing new. You know? So anyways, in terms of reporting Bev, yeah, I mean, there's things that can be done in terms of reporting her to the Judicial Commission, but I'm sure the Judicial Commission is well aware of things and issues.
Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
Sorry. Jumping the gun.
So let me, Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
Ms. McCabe, you're aware that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
Correct.
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes.
That would open a separate app, correct?
Correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose a person to call, correct?
Yes, sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
And if that happens to be the last dial, scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way, yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the
Also, as a judge, I'd strongly consider the chess clock for a criminal trial. Now, I'm vaguely aware of one case in which a judge tried to do the chess clock thing in a criminal trial, and the defense ran out of time, and so they weren't allowed to ask any further questions of any witness because they burned through all their time. I'm not exactly sure what the context was, but at least that Court of Appeals said that was too much because of the right to confront counsel. But even that Court of Appeals said that basically the right to confront can be really, really not much, like legally. So like you have a right to confront the witnesses against you. But if the judge said like 5 minutes because you burned through all your time, the Court of Appeals seemed to indicate that might be okay. So yeah, I think I'd be sorely tempted to, as a judge, explore the magic of the chess clock and be like, it's your time. Stop burning it. And if you run out of time, tell me a different story, right? This is your fault. Probably get reversed on appeal though. So I'd have to do further research on the chess clock magic for criminal trials, but I'd think about it. Because stop wasting my time. Stop it. Stop wasting my time.
the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's what the records show, yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed, generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does, yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. And actually, they go on for 4 minutes,
Okay.
right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call. I'm sorry, for 7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure, maybe around 11:30, 12, I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused, are you talking about,
Let me rephrase the question.
okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left Fairview.
Oh, I'm sorry,
What
okay.
time did you get home today?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes,
You began to engage with your phone at
yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes. I think, yes.
You use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened.
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall
You
off the top
certainly
of my
recall
head.
that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m., right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask you
And those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you.
I bet we are, Jackson. We're going to get there slowly and somewhat
27
painfully.
Your phone.
If you want to show me a report,
Sure.
okay.
You don't remember, as you stated, you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record, you have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27? I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally?
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
And every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
I have a moment.
You're going to show him the house loan dying cold one, aren't you? She's going to deny it. We're going to have a fight. Squeaky chair is squeaky. Squeaky chair squeaks for us all. Someone get some WD-40 in the courthouse or something. It is pretty exhausting, Paris. I agree. It is very exhausting.
Can we take a brief recess, about 5 minutes?
I'll see counsel at sidebar. Well, if Ms.
Yep,
Little wants to-
sidebar. Yeah, Jeff called it. Jeff, you're right. Sidebar. Yep, you got it. Up, the curtains are coming back. All right, we're doing celebrate. Oh my God.
Okay, take it down. That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of a column.
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
House of
record.
counsel at sidebar.
Sidebar. More sidebar. Jackson lied to me. He promised that he'd be done with Cross. He promised that she'd be off the stand. Jackson lied to me, and at this point, I'm deciding to take it personally. Barb K, thank you again for all the gift memberships. Let me just read through some of them and stuff that came in. Barb K gifted 10 gift memberships. Then she gifted an additional 20 memberships. Candy Marie gifted 50 gift memberships, which was extensively appreciated. Thank you. Barb K then gifted 10 gift memberships. Chicken Shite has been a member for 12 months. And then Barbara K gifted 10 gift memberships. So Barbara K has also gifted 50 gift memberships just in pieces. So we also appreciate that. Thank you very much for your kind and thoughtful memberships. They help the channel grow. All things equal, I think that gift memberships are probably better than super chats because they don't cost you anymore. And then someone gets something, and then possibly some of those people then might decide to, re-up themselves. So it basically becomes an advertising tool. It feels like it's got to be at least, I get paid the same. It doesn't cost you anymore, but it provides additional value because then someone else gets something of value, then people get the membership, and also then it serves as an advertising tool. So I think memberships, all things being considered, are better than super chats, but that's just my impression based on something, thinking and stuff. I don't know. I could use a lunch break. I'm running out of my chicken stuff. I think I've got maybe 2 meals left of chicken, and I've got to make more. Maybe I'll pick up a little during the lunch break, throw out some of the garbage that is accumulating everywhere. Also, I need to get new batteries for my flashlight. They have special batteries. They're like not normal batteries, so I've got to find out where to get them and stuff. Just order from Amazon or something. I don't know, whatever.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Found the paper. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm still waiting for the one part for the watchmaking, by the way. It's still on its way from China last time I checked, so probably no watchmaking this weekend, probably next weekend, because I really want that one component to make my life easier. I paid $35 for it. Hopefully it's worth
May I
it.
approach?
Yes.
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrate record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
It's at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Diane Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Ms. Reed.
McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Diane Cold?
I object to her reading the record.
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay, now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched the phrase Hoslong to Diane Cold. Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone Hoslong to Diane Cold. Is that right?
Yes, after we found John O'Keefe.
Now, you claim that that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning, two iterations of how long to die in the cold. Hoslong to die in cold, how long TI die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth is what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve, yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days following.
You discussed it?
Yes.
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like that.
So in the 3 months between this incident and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you to discuss it every day. I asked you if you ever discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She never told you that.
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search, yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
It's a good idea for us both. Let's both stand up and stretch. Stand up and stretch is good, man. Oh my God. Standing up is good. Standing up and stretch is good. Standing up and stretch for the win. I'm just going to stay standing for a minute. Hopefully you don't mind looking generally at my chest area. Just going to stay standing for a second. Standing is good for the uncivil. You know, maybe I should get a desk that raises and lowers, and then maybe I could figure some way to like secure the camera to the desk, and then maybe I could stand sometimes when I'm doing cases. It's not the worst idea. Get some standing in so I'm not sitting all the time. Have some variety. Something to think about for the future, not an immediate project, but something maybe for later. I'm happy sort of with my setup for the moment. It works, it's functional. Thank you for saying I'm looking great. I do appreciate that. It's very kind of you. I've lost, 70 pounds almost now? So that's pretty exciting. Under 300 pounds coming pretty soon, hopefully. With a little bit of luck, I'll be under 300 pounds by the end of this trial, maybe with a little luck. That'd be cool. So a lot of progress being made. A lot of progress being made. Oh God, it's time to sit down again. All right, fine.
So just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Judge.
Have you become aware from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
Are you aware of that?
No.
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us she had sent Carrie off.
So, of course, Carrie Roberts
Excuse me.
is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's-
sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down, You saw what she put down,
Yes.
and you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said she called me, she said this, then Carrie, and someone was writing it down for us.
That would be your sister. Who?
It was my sister, yes.
Which sister?
My sister Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
She here?
She is here, yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Aw.
Can you describe what she's wearing?
Sure, she's over there in the back with the striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the gentleman in the black?
Yes.
So she witnessed this timeline being prepared, correct?
She wrote the timeline, yes.
And then you've spoken to Miss Roberts several times about this case
Yes.
and about your perceptions of this case, correct?
We talk about what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Ms. McCabe, the fact is you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified at the grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I
Ms.
don't need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you knew that that Google search for Hosslong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's an apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize when there's an uncomfortable question that you don't want to answer?
No,
Have you discussed this with anybody?
no, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
I
What
didn't
the
count.
fuck?
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the three searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m., only one of them was recorded as deleted, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever
Yeah.
been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to the time of about 6:03 in the morning, Ms. McCabe, when you, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence, and I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Sarif.
When Officer Seraph approached, he asked the question, what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him, he never came home?
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that we queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 4:20.
Okay.
Before we play this, I'm going to play just like a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf? Did you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear, yes, sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Could you hear that?
I heard something.
Could you hear my client? Did it sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed, the female?
I'm not sure I could, could I listen to it again?
With the court permission one more time?
One more time.
Could you hear it?
I could hear it, yes.
I
What did
can't
she
tell
say?
what that is.
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him, and he never came home?
I could not make that out.
You testified
Yeah, I couldn't
on
make it
direct
out.
examination that you were
Were those words
basically
by a man or a woman? I
a
don't know.
passenger along in this ride.
I got nothing.
On the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
It's a bad question on my part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed, and Ms. Roberts.
Yes, yes.
Not you, correct?
No,
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
You pause this. Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do, yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Miss Roberts has, just to distinguish, Miss Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
You could go ahead and
Fur
play that,
on
please.
the hood, in the snow. Blizzard coming like you didn't know.
You pause it, please. Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is, no.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Miss Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Miss Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe, yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please. Could you see what was depicted in the video for about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes,
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out, no.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer, yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Carrie Roberts?
Objection.
Existing.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement while Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement, yes.
Can we move to runtime 8:56? Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can, yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right.
Speaking to someone?
Yes.
Who is that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer possibly.
And Ms. Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please. In that video clip, who among the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Objection.
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? Can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 10:49? This will be from 10:49 to 11:55, Mr. Wolk. Pause it. Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go ahead and play it? Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 2022, Mr. Wolk, it was Karen. Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do, yes.
You just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes, behind Miss Roberts.
Okay,
Yes.
and that's you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Miss Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last of them. Mr. Wolk, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's my blank.
Go ahead and play it. Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement? Between and
was.
among you and Kerry Roberts and Ms. Reed?
I was.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes.
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see that you turned your back completely to Mr. O'Keefe as he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe, when you got to the scene, we can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation, yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him, yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
I didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend."
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going
"This
to
is
give
my
a
friend"?
I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow, and I
you
wanted
didn't say
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You were even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it was
didn't-
asked.
You didn't know if Kerry Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No,
None of you were first responders?
no,
None of you were trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe. On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone.
I like that
in
question.
stress.
This is nice.
Someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you still never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you, Mr. McCabe?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked the 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered, correct?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break?
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions,
Okay,
and I'll wrap it.
okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
I don't believe
No,
you,
she
Jackson.
So
I
you
think you're
have
lying.
a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside, were they?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct. She didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think?
Does anyone remember when Jackson said, "I have 2 questions"? Pepper's Farm remembers. I told you I didn't believe him.
To go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus... Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
All right, jurors, lunch and break.
Oh, God. Thank you. Thank you. It's over. Thank you. Damn. Yeah, we're not done with Cross. I thought, they promised me, both Jackson and Brennan promised me collectively that we would be done with Cross and redirect by the lunch break. Jackson is a liar. Jackson is a lying liar who lies. We need to get this guy a watch. Maybe I'll make Jackson a watch. Does he not have a watch? I'll help him. I'll teach him how to tell time. Oh, Lord have mercy. All right, so what are we doing? We're on break till the top of the hour, presumably, so we're on break for 50 minutes. Okay, so what are we doing for 50 minutes? I don't know. What are we doing for 50 minutes? I don't know what we're doing. Let's see if there was any new super chats that I have not acknowledged. Start with that. Barb Cave gave $5. Thanks for the congrats on the weight loss. Thank you very much. And Candy Marie gifted 20 memberships. Barbara K gifted 10. Barbara K gifted 10. So thank you for your memberships and your contribution. Thank you for the 400 of you currently watching. It's nice. We appreciate you being here as well. Break and eat. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about putting up some, a logo and just putting on some music or something. But if I do that, I'm going to lose my audience. And I know that I'm going to lose my audience. So it's like, well, I have two options, basically. I can either just kill the stream and start a new stream in the afternoon, which is probably the more reasonable thing to do. And then just redirect people there. Yeah, probably kill the stream and take a break. Yeah, that's probably the reasonable thing to do. David Case, quick recap. Yeah, recap. Basically, Jen McCabe has been on the stand since this morning. I think it's day 3 of her being on the stand, and just a lot of hostile questions from Jackson relating to her statements and inconsistencies and what she did or didn't hear in Google searches, and whether she was directing the police, and whether she failed to take steps to alert people in the house, and just a lot of it's been very tedious. It's been tedious and teeth pulling. On the whole, however, Jackson has come off better than he did in the past. Although I think even with that factor in place, I think he's somewhat worn out his welcome. But it could be me. The judge has had to step in a couple times, basically with asked and answered, and also argumentative, because Jackson doesn't know how to control himself. And I'm kind of surprised the judge hasn't put a stop to the cross-examination by this point, to be honest, because it's so tedious and so just let's move along to the next thing, But that's sort of where we're sitting. Put autoplay on. Start to replay the morning. So just replay this morning's stream again. Does that make sense? Excuse me. Have I heard of U.S. versus Alex Choi? No, the name doesn't strike me familiar. Tell me a little bit about the case, and let's see if the fact pattern means something to me. The name doesn't mean something to me, but maybe the case means something to me. Or I could just Google it and see, because then you won't have to tell me. Let me see if I know anything about this case based on Googling it. Count of causing placement explosive on an aircraft. All right, so let's take a quick look at this description. Oh, this is a YouTube stupid? Oh, that makes sense. What did this guy do? All right, studio man arrested for allegedly causing fireworks to be shot from in-flight helicopter in video he directed for YouTube. That sounds like a pile of stupid. Yep. A San Fernando Valley man's been arrested on a federal criminal complaint alleging he directed a YouTube video in which two women in a helicopter flying near the ground and without flying permits repeatedly shot firework at a Lamborghini sports car. Yeah. Sun Choi, also known as Alex Choi, is charged with one count of causing the placement of an explosive or incendiary device on an aircraft. That sounds like the least of his problems, to be honest, but okay. He's scheduled to make an initial appearance. According to the affidavit, he posted on his YouTube video a video entitled "Destroying a Lamborghini with Fireworks." In the video, he allegedly presses a fire missile button while two women are in a helicopter. Yep. Shooting fireworks at the speeding sports car. Law enforcement believes the video was shot on the lake bed in San Bernardino County. Yeah, that looks like a prima facie case to me right there. That looks like a prima facie case of a stupid. After shooting what appears to be a live action version of a fictionalized video game scene, the video transitions to behind the scene look at how he shot the first third of the video. During that portion of the video, he allegedly makes various references to himself coordinating the shoot. Specifically, he says he directed it. In the video, he thanks a camera company for being part of making my crazy, stupid ideas. He allegedly said the group who helped make the video effed up at one point because I forgot to tell my friend how to use a torch. Finally, as noted in an affidavit during the video, it appears he made a decision to end filming when someone asked if they'd film again, saying, "No, that's it, we're out of fireworks," right? In another part of the video, he's seen next to the helicopter holding what appears to be a firework. Yeah, if convicted, he'd face a statutory max of 10 years, but of course, nothing like that in practicality. Okay, so that sounds like a pile of stupid. What is your question based on the pile of stupid? Now that I understand the case. What is your question based on the pile of stupid? Did he break the law? Yes. Did he put explosives on an aircraft? Seems like it. Is that the only thing he could be charged with? Probably not. That's the thing the feds are going with. I'm surprised they don't have other things to charge him with, to be honest. Someone didn't put on their thinking hat about all the things they could charge him with relation to aviation stuff, I'm sure. Could he also be charged under state law? Probably. Did he do it bad? Looks like it. Is he going to get convicted? Probably. What's he probably going to get? I don't know. It depends on a whole bunch of factors, but you know, all that is a big ass pile of stupid. So beyond it's a big ass pile of stupid and he's probably guilty of something. What else did you want to know? Someone here has soft sit videos. Do we want to do a soft sit video? Soft sit videos make me want to die inside. Soft sit videos are not necessarily good for uncivil health. They make me want to die inside every single time. Is that entertaining? Do you guys want to watch me die inside? We could watch uncivil die inside. You guys want to do a soft sit video and watch me lose my shit? Because they're just a world of pain every time. The trial was set for February 2026, and then the case got sealed. Does that mean the case was resolved? Not necessarily. Could mean a lot of things. Let's see if I can find out anything more about it. There was an application to seal in October, and the application seal itself is sealed, which is kind of annoying. So yeah, I don't know what's happening relating to that. I don't know what's happening since 2024. An attorney withdrew. Some attorneys are withdrawing, it looks like. That's pretty weird. Jury trial was set for August of last year, but obviously that didn't happen. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening in relation to the case. Go eat or do a taser video? Yeah. Let's take a break. Let's take a break and just do a break. All right, so this is going to be May 2nd. We're going to come back at, say, 12:50 or 12:55. 12:55 will be fine. I might be a little bit early, but that'll be fine. Let's stream to Twitch instead of, let's stream somewhere else. 12:55, create event. All right, let's set up the redirect. Set up the redirect. All right, guys, if you'd be so kind as to hit like on the video when you're redirected over there, I'd really appreciate that. Really helps with the channel and growth and stuff to make sure that you'd like it and all that stuff. And I will see you in about 35 minutes, give or take. I've been on civil law. Until later, my friends. I hope all's well for now, my friends. Cheers for now, my friends. Do I want you to do it? I've already set up the redirect. I've already created the stream. But you can create the X link if none has been posted, and you could pin that as a comment, and that'd be good. But yeah, I've already taken care of all that. I've been on civil law. Till later, my friend.